어제는 GD 문제집을 조금 풀어봤고, 오늘은 가볍게 책을 좀 읽을까 싶은데, 무슨 책을 읽을까 하고 그냥 찾아보고 있는 중. 지난번에 그냥 월드 스토리를 읽었었는데, 읽던 책을 좀 다 읽어볼까 싶기도 하고, 그렇게 오래 걸릴 것 같지 않은 책이니까. 근데 계속 안 읽고 뒤로 미루고 있어가지고. 그렇지? 이 책이 아주 한 절반 정도 읽었던 것 같은데. 절반 정도 읽었던 것 같은데 어디까지 읽었을까? 30년 전쟁 끝나고 일본 쪽 보다가 그만 읽었던 것 같아. 됐다. 일본의 세국 정책 이거 읽었고, 만주족 이야기. 만주족 이야기 여기부터 읽으면 될 것 같아. 그러면은 여기부터 읽으면 될 것 같다. 화면이 좀 더 컸으면 좋겠지. 눈이 좀 아프니까. 이 정도 하면 되려나? 이렇게 널찍하게 쭉쭉쭉 보고 내려가면 될 것 같다. 자, 그래서 The Foreign Conquest of China, 외국의 정복, 중국이 외래 세력으로 인해서 정복당하는 거지. The Rise of the Manchu, 드디어 만주족이 나왔어. Just west of Japan, the huge country of China was also struggle with foreign ideas and foreign invaders. But these foreign invaders didn't come from the West, they came from China itself. For centuries, Manchu had been ruled by a family of emperors called the Ming Dynasty. The Ming family came from the south of China, where the people were known as Han Chinese. 한족이지, 한족. The Ming emperors and the people they ruled were both Han Chinese. They spoke the same language, ate the same food, wrote in the same alphabet, wear the same clothes. But in the northern part of China, in an area called Manchuria, 지금 뭐, 만주국 세워졌었던 곳, where like a group of people had come from, had the Ming Dynasty. The leaders of these Manchu people people complained that Han Chinese soldiers came into Manchuria, stole food, and drove farmers from their land. He grew so angry that he took a battle oath called the Heart Heart Hater, the Seven Hater for the Ming Dynasty. 그거를 갖다가 뭐라고 하면 되지? 이게 명나라 입장에서 봤을 때의 이민족들인데 hatred. 루피 귀찮아. 그러면 안 돼. 저리 가. hatred를 한번 찍고 넘어가 볼까? 발음이 헤이트리드. And set out to attack the borders of the Ming Empire. The Ming Empire braced itself for the foreign invasion of the Manchu. 하지 말지. 너무 귀찮아. 그러지 마. 루피 하지 말라고. 하지 말라고. 어쩌라는 거야. 나중에 큰 누나 오면은 큰 누나 따라가. 대비하다. 레이스 버팀대. 그래가지고 치아 교정기를 브레이스라고 하지. Itself for the foreign invasion of the Manchu. But another threat was rising within China itself. For years, Ming China had been growing poor and hungrier. Hunger도 아니고 hungrier. hungry. 발음 어떻게? hungry에서 말이야. hungrier. 컴파라티브가 Y로니까 hungry에다가 열 붙인 거야. hungrier. The emperors had spent a tremendous 이거 내가 찾았었던 건데 tremendous 엄청난 tremendous amount of money fighting of 히데요시 오브 재팬 하고 엄청난 양의 돈을 썼어. 그렇지. 임진왜란 아니지? And while they were spending money, China was growing. There were now 160 million people in China, and there was not enough farmland, farmland to grow enough food for them all. The weather had grown colder. 대기근이 들지 대기근. Unexpectedly, frost killed orange trees and young crops. Grain was scarce and expensive. Soon the army ran out of money to pay or feed its troops. Soldiers began to desert. 그래서 떠나게 되었어. 여기서 데절트가 사막 대신에 동사 버리다 떠나다 이렇게 leave라고 같이 사용되고 abandoned. They joined up with bands of hungry peasant 농노들이지 and roamed through China, robbing, 훔쳤어 and destroying cities. Meanwhile, the Manchu launched attacks, 공격을 시작했어. On cities in the north of China, the Han Chinese complained, "We are surrounded by battle, unsafe in our own homes, and the emperor does nothing to help us." 그래서 one Chinese government official, a postman named Li Chucheng, decided to set up his own government in place of the Ming. He gathered hungry and discontented men around him. discontent 하면은 동의하지 못한 사람들이지. 불만스러워하는 사람들. Discontented men around him and marched his army toward the capital city of Peking. Peking, Beijing is Beijing. 왜 그러니까 베이징을 가져왔어? discount He was ready to fight for the throne, but when he reached Peking, no soldiers appeared on the city's wall. Chu Cheng's army approached courteously, 조심스럽게 다가갔어. They pushed open the city gates. No Ming army stood ready to fight. The Ming soldiers, hungry and ragged, had been struck by plague, 전염병이지. 플래그. 그래도 한 번 더 적으면 좋을 것 같아서 이렇게 괴롭히다. They were dead or had fled the city. Li Chang marched toward the palace in triumph. As he approached the Ming Emperor hung himself in his royal chamber. The Ming Dynasty had ended. The Rizhuchang, uh, Rizhucheng, 이주, 이주정, 이주. 쇼원장인데, 쇼원장. Would not be the new emperor of China. Down in the south of China, the remains of the Ming family army gathered together, hoping to take the throne back. One of the Ming generals sent a message to the Manchu, who were still rampaging, rampaging. 이 책은 좋아하는 것 같아요. 램페이지. Through the north of China. 그리고 We were once enemies, the general wrote, but now we can join together and defeat this rebel-peasant rebel, rebel, rebel peasant and his army. That was a mistake. The Manchu were happy to help out. They swept down from the north and drove Richucheng, 이자청의 날, 이자청의 날 맞을걸? Richucheng out of Peking, and then instead of putting the Ming back on the throne, they claimed the throne of China and began a new ruling dynasty of their own, a Manchu dynasty. Now China was ruled by a people who were not Han Chinese. The peasant emperor had been defeated, but a foreign emperor sat on China's throne. Now the Manchu ruled over an entire country full of Han Chinese. The Manchu thought of themselves as superior to the Han Chinese. They called themselves the Qing 이렇게 발음하는 거예요. Qing. A word with mean pure. 이때는 퓨어한 게 트렌드야. 퓨리탄도 퓨어고. They refused to live in the same neighborhood as their Han Chinese subject. Manchu and Han Chinese boys and girls didn't play together, and they weren't allowed to marry each other when they grew up. And as a sign of their control over the Han Chinese, the Manchu forced their subjects to cut their hair in the Manchu style. Han Chinese men believed that hair is a gift from family ancestor. So they grew their hairs very long, but Manchu men saved the front of their heads and braid the hair in the back into long, quick, quick, long Q라고 했던 것 같아요. long Q pigtail 발음이 Q. Q 맞네요. Q O U E U E. The Han Chinese thought that saving their forehead was a barbaric, uncivilized civilized practice, showing disrespect for ancestor. When the Manchu ordered them to start wearing pigtails, the Chinese revolted. 반란이 일어났어. They gathered to oppose their Manchu overlord. road, overrode, 지배자. overrode, shouting, keep your hair. 그래서 이제 하도 반란 일어나니까 그냥 마음대로 해라. Keep your hair even if you lose your head. 머리 가만히 놔두기만 해봐라. 대가리를 잘라버린다고 이렇게 한 거네. The Manchu were ruthless. 자비 봐주는 게 없었지. They crushed the rebellions, executed the ringleader, 반란군의 수계를 죽이고 나니까 enforced their subject to shave. 머리 잘라! 그랬더니 머리카락을 밀었어. The first Manchu emperor treated the Han Chinese like slaves. 그러니까 착하게 대해줄 때 잘할 것이지. 근데 청나라가 계속 그래서 우리나라도 그 청나라한테 처음에는 버팅기지 뭐냐 저 야만족들이라고 뭐 여진족 어쩌고 저쩌고 이러면서 그래가지고 결국에 병자호란이 일어나잖아. 병자호란이 일어나고 나니까 이제 막 난리가 난 거지. 결국에는 공녀도 보내게 되고 그래서 환양년이라는 게 있잖아. 갔다가 청나라로 끌려갔다가 다시 자기 나라 그러니까 우리나라로 돌아왔을 때 돌아올 환자를 쓰는데 고향으로 돌아온 여자들 근데 이제 그 욕이 된 거지. 그리고 아무튼 처음에 잘 문호 개방을 잘 했다면은 그렇게까지 험한 꼴을 보지 않았을 건데 명나라 영향을 너무 크게 봐가지고 그런 것 같기는 해. He put his Manchu countrymen into positions of authority and made the Han Chinese officials serve them. 그래서 이제 공무원들이나 그런 사람들은 마지막 끝날 때까지도 우리나라에 친일파가 있듯이 한족들도 이제 친명 세력들이 나타나서 이제 또 공무원 일을 하는 거지. 그리고 워낙에 한족들이 그 일을 했던 기간이 길기 때문에 다스리는데도 유능했을 수 있지. 그래서 만주족들은 되게 유연했다라고 생각을 해, 내 생각에는. 받아들이는 쪽이 유연하지를 않아가지고 혼나는 거지. But the second Manchu emperor 강희지는 굉장히 유명하지. changed all that. 강희지 inherited the throne when he was only 7. 7살 왕이 됐네. He resent his regent had served the first Manchu emperor. 섭정이지. 그리고 like the first emperor, they looked down on the Han Chinese and treated them like servants and slaves. But even as a child, Kang He realized that the Manchu were outnumbered by the Han Chinese. 한족이 훨씬 많으니까, and that they would not be able to keep control of thick. 글자 크기를 키워놨더니만 한번 내려야 되는구나. Keep control of where here. This huge empire. 여기지? Empire if they treated their subject with scorn. 귀찮은데 아가야? 자꾸 와가지고 책상 위에서 지대 제끼는 거. 계속 경멸하고 무시하다가는 걔네들을 컨트롤할 수 없게 된다. 그래서 이제 우리나라 일제강점기 때 보면은 처음부터 친일한 사람들도 있었지만 3.1절 이후에 문화정책이 들어서면서 훨씬 더 친일하는 사람들이 많아져 버렸거든. 나중에 민중화 일살 정책까지 가는 동안에 문화정책 시기에 친일된 사람들이 앞장서서 이제 그랬던 것처럼 강희지도 그런 거지. 지금 이제 강희지 때에 한족들의 문화에 대해서 대단히 존중을 해줘 버리니까 한족들이 이렇게 융화돼 버리는. And although Kang He-ji was loyal to his Manchu countrymen, he also loved the country of China. At the age of 13, 13살에 강희지 took power for himself. He fired his regent and set about gaining the support of the Han Chinese. He announced that all Chinese subjects, whether Manchu or Han Chinese, could gain favor and promotion at his court. 그래서 한족들도 공무원으로 나설 수 있었지. He told the Han Chinese, we have not conquered you, we have freed you. No longer will you have to worry about Ming soldiers stealing your crops or the Ming emperor demanding high taxes, and so that the Han Chinese would feel liberty, 해방된 것 같은 기분을 느꼈어. Instead of enslaved, he reduced the taxes. Reduced the taxes. Soon, the Han Chinese peasants were paying less tax than ever before. 세금을 낮춰줬어. 강희제's strategy worked. Hatred of the Manchu ruler began to diminish. 감소하다. increase 되는 것 같은 느낌이지. 아드님, 거참 엄청 귀찮네. 내가 이걸 또 사진을 찍어야 되나? 애들한테 다 일러버린다. 어디 보자. 또. 얘는 왜 이러는지 하고 문자를 보냈어. 그리고 어쩌라고를 찾아야지. 어쩌라고. 근데 루피 엄마가 계속 얘기하잖아. 어쩌라고. 너무 전화 어쩌라고. 자, 매니시 하면은 간소하다, 약해지다 라는 뜻이었고, 아까 머리카락 뒤에 이렇게 따는 거 Q라고 있는데 이게 대기열 줄. 그 다음에 the people of China grew richer under 강희지. China became stronger and bigger as his army conquered other nations nearby and added them to the Manchu Empire. For 50 years, this foreign invader ruled over his adopted country and made it one of the largest and wealthiest nations in the world. 그리고 나니까 이제 인도 그림이 났네. India during the time of the Three Empire. 그래서 인도가 지금 캘커타 여기 있고 여기가 이제 방글라데시 maybe 그랬던가? 어떻게 생각해? 헷갈리는데. 그리고 여기 아프가니스탄, 그리고 여기 어디쯤가 델리에서 여기 위에 올라가는 여기 네팔 있는 쪽이고, 요즘 이렇게 뜨고 있는 남부 지역. 다 그렇다. Chapter 11 무굴 제국이네. The Mughal Emperor of India. 무굴 제국이 너 목욕해야겠다. 털 사이사이에 솜털이 너무 많아. 이봐. 이렇게까지나 뽑히잖아. 이렇게 하면 이봐. 이거 봐. 어떡할 거야 이거. 이런 털로 엄마한테 와가지고 이렇게 비비면 어떡해. 바닥에 엄청 떨어지겠지. 응? 그러니까 너 딴 데 가서 앉아. 응? 아 진짜. 루피 마음에 안 들어 너. 일어나 너. 일어나와. 밥 줄게. 아우. 밥 줄게. 가자. 아니야 진짜 밥 남아있는데 밥통에 손만 대도 삥 하고 오면 언니 진짜 왜 그 밥들은 왜 못 먹는데 그냥 먹으면 되지. 응? 맨날 새우 달라고 그러고 이거 아침에 새우 준 거잖아 언니들이. 근데 다 봤거든. 해봐. 네가 아침 밥 먹는 거 봤다. 응? 아우 정말 언제 다 묻었네. 정말 별로야 루피 너. 뭘. 물 한 잔 마시고, 이렇게. 아이고, 정말 얼마 읽지도 않았는데, 루피 너 진짜 30분 만에 엄마를 못 견디게 한다. 어지간하다, 너도. 물 마시고 화장실 갔다 와야겠다. 가스비하고 나갔는지 그거 확인 한번 해야 되는데. 나중에 확인해야지. 자, 일단 The Mughal emperors of India were the savior, king of the world, and conqueror of the world. 왜 읽은 듯한 생각이 드는 건 나의 착각일까요? The Manchu emperors who ruled China believed that they had conquered the most important country on earth. The battling kings of Europe who fought the 30 Years' War believed that their kingdoms were the center of all civilization. But the king of India knew that India was the center of the world. During the years that we've been reading about, three emperors ruled in India. The first was named Worldsager. When Worldsager's son inherited his father's throne, he named himself king of the world. And when king of the world's son became king, he gave himself the proudest name of all, conqueror of the world. First emperor Worldsager was a descendant of the great Mughal warrior Genghis Khan. Many years before, one of Genghis Khan's relatives, a prince named Babur, had wandered south down into India. Here he found a number of different little Indian kingdoms, each governed by a nobleman. Babur conquered these little kingdoms and united them in all together into one Indian empire. For many years, India was ruled by Babur's son, grandsons, great-grandsons, and great-great-great-great-grandsons. This family of kings was called the Mughal dynasty because its kings were descended from the Mongols. Worldsager, whose Indian name was Jahangir, was just as ruthless as his great ancestor Genghis Khan. When he suspected that his father's best friend was plotting against him, he ordered the man murdered. Every Tuesday he held court at his palace and sentenced anyone who had broken his rule to be crushed by elephants or beheaded. And he put the heads of the condemned on special tower along the main road of his empire as a warning to others. condemned 하면은 효수하는 거야. 내 거는 거지. 머리를. 규탄받게 하다. 자하게 하다. 선고도 있고. 또 올라왔어. 나 밥 줬잖아. 좀 귀찮은데, 루피. 엄마 책상 좁은 거 보이지? 이렇게 좁은 책상에 네가 올라와 있으면 되겠어? 안 되겠어? 안 되겠지? 그만 내려가시지요, 아들. condemned 했고, but although Jangle was cruel, he was also a clever and thoughtful king. He knew that India was grow richer if it could encourage more and more English traders to sail to its port and trade for silks and spices. 귀찮게 하지. 안 가? 나 진짜. 좁아. 이쪽에 있어. 이쪽에서 봐. 거기 있어. 그쪽 책상에 앉아. 엄마 귀찮아. 괜찮아. 어디까지 했니 엄마가? English English trade port and trade for silk and spices 했어. So he signed a trade treaty with James the First, the King of England, allowing Englishmen to enter all Indian ports in safety. And Jahangir was the first Indian emperor to invite an English ambassador, a special state official sent by one country to another in order to help the two countries be friends to India. The English ambassador was amazed by the riches in Janga's court. He wrote back to James first, describing the gold, jewels, silver, and inquisitive 정교한 느낌인데 exquisite 멋스럽고 정교한 거 exquisite. Exquisite painting found in the palace. It described in amazement the numerous celebrations held on the birthday of Kram, the emperor's favorite son. On this day, Kram was dressed in gold and jewels and was seated on one side of an enormous pair of golden scales. country를 나가! 왜 여기서 삐다고 다냐 정말로. 정말로 많이 봐줬다 정말로. 30분도 넘게 엄마가 내려가라 했는데. 아, 정말 너 그러기야. 코티얼스 코티얼스 힙트 거기 일하는 대신들이 코티얼스 힙트 백스 오브 고트 jewels, spices, corn, and butter on the other side of the scales until they had measured out the weight of the prince in goods. 그래가지고 막 이렇게 다 선물 다 주는데 왕자의 몸무게만큼 주는 거야. 왕자 뚱뚱히 하겠는데 then the goods were all given away to the poor. When Janga died, Khurram became emperor. As emperor, he was given a new name, just as his power Janga had been known as World Sage Khurram, would now be called Sajah, Sajahan, or King of the World. As soon as Jahan became king, he made sure that everyone knew he was just as powerful as his father. He ordered all rivals to the throne, including his own brother, put to death. When he learned that some of the towns at the far edge of India were preparing to rebel against his rule, he set off himself to fight against the rebel. He spent years strengthening his control over India. The king of the world didn't reign alone. His wife Mumtaz Bahar had already borne him 13 children. So now she traveled with him everywhere, helped him govern his kingdom and worked with him to plan out his military campaigns. She kept his seal, the sign of his authority, and every 칙령 내리는 거지 that he might want to her to be approved. But only 3 years after Shah became king, tragedy struck him. He was traveling to a battle with Mumtaz and his army when Mumtaz grew ill and died. Shah Jahan's hair turned white from grief. He cried so much that he ruined his eyesight and had to wear glasses for the rest of his life. He spent 2 years mourning his wife. During this time, he refused to hear any music, wear beautiful clothes, or eat any rich food. When the 2 years was over, Shah Jahan decided to build Mumtaz Mahal a tomb, a tomb, uh, mausoleum that would show the whole world but how much he loved her. Jahan quarried the finest transparent marble and the reddest sandstone. 명령하다 거리 요구하다. 캐나다. 캐나다. his top. He gathered the precious stones for its wall, shining green jade, sparkling diamonds, sky blue tortoise, 토끼사겠지? He chose a beautiful spot on the bank of the Yamuna River, where the tomb would overlook the clear running water. 20,000 craftsmen labored over the building for over 20 years. They built a huge marble dome surrounded by smaller domes on a red sandstone foundation. A huge garden in front of the dome was planted with tulips and daffodillia. daffodillia는 수선화. daffodils, 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 daffodil, daffodil. daffodil. A red mosque was built on either side of the mausoleum so that the Muslim of India would worship there. All of the buildings were covered with intric- intricate carvings of vines. They are intricate, 섬세한, 정교한. 복잡한 무늬. 헝클어져 있는 것도 되네. 근데 섬세한 것보다는 복잡한, 엉켜있는 이런 lines, fruit leaves, and flowing lines of Arabic writing from the Muslim holy book, the Quran. The flowers and vines were in right with the jewels. 제공되어 있었다. 그러니까 상감 기법이지 이게. 그리고 sometimes as many 50 jewels in a single flower. 50개. 디오 intricate 제품 인웨이드. 자, 그 다음 틀림없이 읽기는 했어 여기. The Jahan had built the most beautiful building in India. This mausoleum, the Taj Mahal, became known as the 80th wonder of the world. While Shahjahan supervised his building subject, he left much of the actual work of ruling the kingdom to his fourth son. His son was a general in Shahjahan's army and ruled over one-fourth of the empire. Shahjahan's son, Aurangzeb, was one of his best general and ruler, and Shah sent him out of out over and over again to fight for his father's empire. But although Aurangzeb conquered the cities and led his father's army to victory, Jahan didn't reward him. Instead, he criticized Aurangzeb and reduced his rank. Meanwhile, Shahjahan's favorite son, Dara, uh, rounded around the court and grew more and more popular with his father. When Shahjahan announced that Dara would be his heir, Aurangzeb rebelled. He collected his army together, marched into his father's capital city, and defeated Dara's soldier. Dara ran away, and Shah himself had to surrender to his son. Aurangzeb ordered his father imprisoned inside his own fortress. He made sure that the old emperor had food, water, servant, and doctors, but he never allowed Shahjahan to leave the fortress again. After Shahjahan wrote him letters complaining about his treatment, Aurangzeb even ordered that all of Shahjahan's paper and pens be taken away. Now Aurangzeb was the ruler of India. He gave himself the title conqueror of the world. He kept Shahjahan imprisoned until the old man died. Shahjahan was buried next to Mumtaz Mahal in the Taj Mahal. Mumtaz Mahal in the Taj Mahal 옆에 묻혔어. And Aurangzeb, conqueror of the world, was undisputed emperor of all India. 반박할 여지가 없는, 모두가 인정하는. 반박하는 건데 언이 붙으니까 모두가 인정하는 일인 거야. 배고파. 뭐 이렇게 잠깐 있는데 한 페이지 읽나 마나 했는데, 아 그래 밥을 안 먹으니까 배고프지. 아까 어디 갔지? 나 안 들어온 거야. 자두, 말린 자두랑 Aurangzeb's three deceased, the Mughal emperor Aurangzeb conquered of the world was now the ruler of India, like his father, king of the world, and his grandfather was Caesar. He was determined to be a strong and powerful ruler, and he succeeded. He ruled back over strong and powerful India for almost 50 years. But when Aurangzeb died 50 years later, India was doomed. Three of Aurangzeb's only season have to pave the way for foreign invader who would take away India's independence. Aurangzeb's first decision had to do with the religion. Aurangzeb, like all the Mughal emperors, was a Muslim, a follower of the teaching of Muhammad. Muhammad. But most of the people of India were Hindu. For many years, the Mughal emperors allowed their Hindu to worship in their own way. The emperor Akbar, one of the greatest Mughal ruler of all, and Aurangzeb's great grandfather had even appointed a Hindu advi- advisor to be his minister of state. But Aurangzeb was different. He wanted India to become a Muslim country, and he believed that his duty as emperor was to spread the Muslim faith. After long hours of reading the Quran and discussing its teaching with the Muslim the- theologians who came to his court, Aurangzeb decided that the role of the Muslim faith called Sharia should also be the role for all of India. And he also decided that only Muslims should be power in India. So he refused to give Hindus positions at court and only promoted the Muslim. He forced all Indian Hindus to pay extra taxes. When new Hindu temples were built, Aurangzeb had them destroyed because the Quran forbids Muslims to drink wine. The emperor made the wine illegal throughout all of India, and because he believed that the Quran banned all kind of art and parties, he put an end to all music at his court and made the festivals illegal. Muslim Indians welcomed Aurangzeb's rule, but Hindu Indians hated the emperor. Aurangzeb decrees meant that Muslim and Hindus in India began to quarrel with each other. And when Aurangzeb made his second decision, the hostility between Hindus and Muslims in India grew even stronger. Aurangzeb's second decision was to spend years and years trying to conquer the southern part of India. During the reigns of his father and grandfather, the Indian army had conquered the northern part of India, all the way up to the high mountains dividing India from Asia. And because India is a peninsula, Aurangzeb couldn't expand his empire to the east or west, but he was still determined to make India larger, so he turned his army south. The southern land of India, called the Deccan, were covered with jagged hill, rough country, and the thick bushy. The kingdom in the Deccan were not yet under Aurangzeb's control, and although most of the Deccan leaders were Muslim, they didn't want to come under the rule of a Mughal emperor, so the kingdom of the Deccan made the allegiance with the Hindu tribe who lived in the southwest part of India. These Hindu tribes called the Maratha resented the way that Aurangzeb treated the Hindu people who lived under his reign. resented잖아. 그래 다시 보내지는 느낌이 있는 거지. 그래서 추천 임명 아니네. 리센트는 받고 보내는 거라서 화내는 거네. 리센 근데 리젠트 발음나 리젠티드. They happy to have the people of the Deccan fight Aurangzeb. After years of fighting, Aurangzeb managed to add the kingdoms of the Deccan to his empire, but the Deccan was never loyal to Aurangzeb's rule. The people continued to mount little rebellions against him, and the Marathas kept right on sending little bands of guerrilla warrior soldiers who fight in sneak attack and from undercover rather than in an organized army to harass the Mughal officer and soldier. Harass, harass. Harass, harass, harass. Arangja spent 26 years in Deccan fighting off Hindu guerrilla warriors and trying to keep the cities of Deccan peaceful. Meanwhile, he ignored the rest of his empire. He didn't visit his capital, Delhi, for quarter of a century. 25년 동안이나 안 갔다는 거지. Aurangzeb had decided to treat Muslims better than Hindus and made the enemies of part of his empire. He had decided to conquer the south of India and ignored the rest of his kingdom, and then he made a third decision that would change India forever. While he was busy fighting against the kingdom of the Deccan, he allowed Englishmen to come into India and build cities of their own. Remember Aurangzeb's grandfather, Jahangir Warsager, had signed a trade treaty with the Englishmen. This treaty allowed English merchants to build a trading port where English ships would land and rode up with the Indian goods all through India. Now, the English wanted to build a new trading port on the eastern shore of India in an area called Bengal. They asked Aurangzeb for permission to build not only a place for ships to dock, but also a city and a factory at this new port. Aurangzeb agreed. After all, he was based down in the south of India, and this new English city would only make India richer. So the English began to build their city, which soon became known as Calcutta. They built a factory to make silk that they could then take to London and sell. More and more English men and women came to live in Calcutta. The city began to look more like an English colony than like an Indian city. Soldiers came to Calcutta to protect the English ship. The factories in Calcutta made the gunpowder for the soldiers' weapon. Aurangzeb didn't know it, but Calcutta would become the center of an English takeover of India, a takeover that would bring an end to Indian independence. This takeover did not begin until after Aurangzeb's death, but at the end of his life, Aurangzeb began to realize that his attempt to make India into an enormous, rich Muslim empire had actually made India weaker. Just before his death, Aurangzeb was still down in the Deccan, put down rebellion after rebellion. He had lost 50 of his army in the war against the Deccan. His men were suffering from plague. He was under constant attack from Maratha guerrillas. He was nearly 90 years old, weary and sick. Back in the north of India, the administrators who were supposed to be running the country in Aurangzeb's absence were spending money freely, neglecting the people and allowing crime to flourish. Old, tired, and dying, Aurangzeb wrote to one of his sons, I do not know who I am. I do not know what I have been doing. I have sinned, and yet I do not know what punishment await me. Aurangzeb's attempt to make India great had failed. He died knowing that India's end was coming. Battle, Fire and Plague in 잉글랜드. 흑사병이 터지겠죠. 찰스 로즈스 is head. 찰스 왕이 사형에 처해지면서 명예혁명이 되는 부분. 처음에 명예혁명이 꽃총교도인가? 명예헌장, 청교도 혁명. 그렇지? While the English were building trading posts in India, England itself was in uh, turmoil. turmoil. Was in turmoil. 혼란이었다, turmoil. 음, 아까 마지막으로 S, S, S. 억울하게 여기다 의심할 여지가 없는 접한 로피다고 했어. 그래서 James the King of England and Scotland, had died, and his son Charles가 왕이 됐고, had inherited the throne. But right from the beginning of his reign, Charles started to make the people of England angry. His first mistake was to marry the French princess Henrietta Maria. Henrietta was a beautiful, high-spirited girl, but she was also devout Catholic, 신실한 캐톨릭이었어, who had promised the people that she would try to spread Catholicism throughout England. Most Englishmen, especially English Puritans, hated and feared Catholicism. When Charles got ready for his formal coronation ceremony, he was afraid to hold the traditional parade through the streets of London. He thought Puritans might gather along the way and out, shout out insert. Instead, Charles planned to get to the church by sailing down the Thames River on a barge. But the coronation day was filled with chaos. When it was time for the king and queen to leave the palace, Henrietta refused to come out of her room. She declared that she couldn't attend the Protestant ceremony. When Charles's nobleman tried to force her through the door, Harriet punched her fist through the glass window of her room. So Charles went to be crowned all by himself. He paraded out to the Thames, but the royal barge missed its landing and went around ground. 빠졌어. 침몰했어. ground. 그리고 Charles had to ride in a much smaller boat instead. When he arrived at the church, he tripped at the threshold, threshold, threshold인데 threshold. 지방 트레스를 홀트하고 threshold. threshold. Trip at this and nearly fell on his face when he tried to put on the coronation ring, and the Raji jewel fell out of it and disappeared. 보석이 빠져 없어지고. Near the end of the ceremony, the archbishop told the gathered crowd to shout, "King save, save King Charles." But since most of them didn't hear him, Charles was greeted with silence. And as the ceremony ended, a small earthquake shook England. The troublesome coronation was only the beginning of a troubled reign. Like his father James. 응. 응, 안 그래도 배가 고픈데 라고 생각하고 있었어. 미역국에다 밥 말아 먹을 거지? 그래, 그러면은. 지금 먹을 것인가, 나중에 먹을 것인가라고. 나는 천천히 빼는 주의라. 그런데 너는 좀 급격하게 빼야 되니까 그것도 고민이 되긴 하겠다. 그냥 나중에 먹을까? 하루 먹기. 예빈이 먹을 때 또 먹으면 그게 우리 당신이 최근 들어서 계속 그러고 있기는 했어. 그 알바 시작하면서는 더 심해지긴 했지. 그러면은 너 안 먹을 것 같으면 너 오기 전에 내가 먹고 얼른 치워버릴게. 안 그러면 너 먹고 싶을 테니까. 그래, 알았어. 그러면은 내가 먼저 밥 먹고 치울게. 그러고 너는 나중에 예빈이랑 같이 먹는다는 거지. 그래, 알았어. 근데 어차피 또 다시 먹기 시작했을 때 찌지 않도록 잘 관리하는 게 훨씬 더 중요하긴 해. 알지? 그렇게 할 때마다 이렇게 몸이 아주 그냥 난리가 나지. 나 봐라 지금. 걔 알았어. 그럼 엄마가 너 오기 전에 후딱 먹을게. 응. 응. 빨리 2층에 올라가야겠다. 예빈이 쉬는 날 응. 있자. 예빈 숙제도 해야 되고 준비도 해야 되는데. 그러니까 오늘은 또 아빠 생일 다 돼가지고 하던데 아빠 생일이니까. 일단은 도대체 진짜 맛있어. 일단은 박예빈이 올 때까지 좀 참기로 해야겠어. 오늘은. 배불러. 배불러. 배부른데? 너무 배불러서 앉아있기도 힘들어. 자, 페이지 읽었지? 진짜 얼마 안 읽은 것 같은데? 지금부터 읽는 페이지를 좀 보고 141페이지부터 읽기 시작하는 거니까 11시니까 예빈이 올 때까지 4시간 정도 걸리네. 4시간 동안 얼마나 읽을 수 있을지 잘 모르겠네. 약을 집어서 큐 연지 캡슐 약들을 들고 물 넣고 그 다음에 캡슐 약도 넣고 여기서부터 읽어볼까? Like his father, James, Charles believed that God had placed him on his throne and that his subjects should obey him without question. But Parliament believed that its members who represented the people of England should make the law. When Parliament met after the coronation, it refused to give Charles all of the money he wanted. Charles was furious. He dismissed 해산했다 Parliament and ruled without it for 11 long years. In those years, he fought war and made law all by himself. He even taught English and Scottish Christians how to worship God. He passed so many restrictions on Puritan that hundreds left England and went to the American colonies. He forced the Scottish Church to use the English prayer book and the ceremonies. The Scots hated this English command. In one Scottish church, the minister had to bring two loaded pistols with him and pointed them at the congregation while he read the English prayer books. But while Charles is making the Scot and English Puritan hate him, he was also running out of money. At the end of 11 years, he was forced to call Parliament back into session to beg for more cash. This Parliament refused to resolve when Charles became angry because it went on meeting for 8 years. It became known as the Wrong Parliament. The Wrong Parliament wanted to pass a law that would limit Charles's power, but as time went on, the Wrong Parliament started to bicker with itself instead. The Puritans and non-Puritans in Parliament spent more and more time arguing about whether or not the, the Church of England was pure enough. Soon, Parliament was spending most of its time talking about God, not Charles. Charles could see that the Puritan members of Parliament were irritating the other members. So he assembled 500 soldiers and marched into Parliament, hoping to arrest the five Puritan um, who were his fierce, fierce, fiercest enemy. irritating 걸러낸다는 거잖아. 거슬리다 irritate. 거슬리고 짜증나다. irritate 짜증나게. So here's okay here. But the Puritan weren't ahead of time. Wilgan Charles and his soldiers faced five empty seats. Embraced. Charles snapped. The birds have flown and strode back to his palace. This was a mistake. When the news spread that Charles was willing to use his English army against other Englishmen in order to get his own way, more and more people turned against him. Charles realized that the rebellion was about to explode all around him. He fled from London and went up to the north of England, where his most royal noblemen lived. The Puritan in Parliament took control of London. Civil war had begun. For 6 years, Charles's supporter, called the Cavalier, fought against supporters of Parliament called Roundhead because of their Puritan haircut. Charles had most of the regular army on his side, but the Roundhead organized their own army using the most modern weapon and training method. This new model army was commanded by the most fervent Puritan of all Oliver Cromwell. Fervent. Uh, 2 years after the war began, Cromwell had to lead the Roundhead into battle against Charles's soldiers at a place called Mar- Marston Moor. 20,000 Scottish men marched to fight for the Roundheads because the Roundheads had promised the Scots that if they won, they they could use their own prayer book. Charles's army was defeated afterward. Oliver Cromwell wrote to his brother George England, and the Church of God has had uh, a great favor from the road. Give glory, all the glory to God. This victory was the end of Charles's power. He avoided the capture for months, but finally gave up and surrendered. The Roundhead had put the king in jail. They had won the Civil War. But William Cromwell was worried from his prison. Charles was constantly sending messages to his supporters, begging them to rise up and put him back on his throne. The wrong parliament itself wasn't sure what to do with Charles. Many of the non-Puritan members thought that Parliament should make an agreement with the Charles um, go alongside of him. Cromwell wanted Charles and his tyranny. 타이완이 하면은 독재지. 아, 타이완이 gone for good. He and the other Puritan marched the new model army into Parliament and drove out everyone who had the sympathy of Charles. Only about 60 members were left. This purified Parliament became known as a rump Parliament. because only part of it was left. Around Parliament decided that England would only be at peace if Charles were dead. It changed Charles with the treason uh, against his own country. A trial was planned. Soldiers were assigned to guard the court of from angry supporters of the king. Remembering the gunpowder plot, they searched the cellar. The presiding George got himself had Ryan with the steel just in case someone might try to shot him. When Charles was brought into the court, he refused to answer any questions, but plenty of witnesses testified against him. He said Charles' sword announced the court trusted with the limited power to govern for the good and benefit of the people has traitorously and maliciously rabbited the war against the present parliament and the people drain uh, represented the much innocent blood of the free people of this nation has been split. 와우, 모르는 단어가 몇 개 있어, 그치? 일단 traitorously 거의 비슷한 단어일 것 같긴 한데 아니 억제로 traitorously 그 다음에 maliciously 이를 갖고 악의 maliciously maleficent 할 때 그 말이 maliciously 그 다음에 rabbit rabbit에서 왔구나. 돈 다 썼다고 왜 돈 내놔라고 했잖아. 그래서 이 레비 그리고 rain daring rain이 아니라 daring 그 다음에 음, the court declared Charles guilty and read him away. 3 days later, on January 30th, 1649, the King of England was led out of his jail toward the scaffold built in the center of London. The morning was dark and cold as he walked toward the black draped scaffold. Drumbeat mournfully. Hmm. Charles climbed up and took off his cloak, handing it to the officer who stood nearby. "Wait until I give you the sign," he said to the executioner. "Yes, Your Majesty," the executioner answered. Charles put his head on the block. "I go from corruptible, corruptible to incorruptible." Crown. Hmm. He said in a moment he stretched his hand to the executioner who swung his axe. Some of the people who crowded around were weeping, others cheered. The executioner held up Charles's head. "This is the head of traitors." 반역자. He shouted out for the first time in 1,000 years. No king ruled in England. Cromwell, protectorate. 어, 어, 호국경이죠, 호국경. 그래서 protectorate, protectorate. Okay, now that the king was dead, England was no longer a monarchy, a country ruled by a king or king. The Rump Parliament declared that England had now become a Commonwealth, a country where the people rule by electing leaders who will represent them. Parliament was supposed to listen to the people of England and pass laws that the English wanted. But the Commonwealth got off to a bad start. Many English men and women hoped the Parliament's first action would be to reform, change for the better. The court in England, it cost a tremendous amount of money. 상당히 많은 양이지. to go to court, and the roads were so complicated that most English citizens had to hire expensive lawyers to help them. 복잡했어. Only rich people could make full use of the court, but most of the members of parliament were lawyers who liked the laws of England just the way they were complicated and hard to understand. And although the Rump Parliament was supposed to dissolve itself so that new leader could be elected by the people. It never did. 4 years after Charles I was ejected, uh, the Rump Parliament was still arguing slowly about whether or not English laws should be changed. Oliver Cromwell was fed up with the Parliament when one of his generals suggested that Parliament should be made up of hand-picked men rather than elected representatives. Cromwell agreed. He and his Puritan friends decided that England's government should be an assembly of saints, men who agreed with the Puritan cause. So Cromwell marched into the Roman Parliament with his soldiers from the new model army behind him and declared it dissolved. You have sat here too long for the good you do, he shouted. In the name of God, go! The soldier drove the members of the Rump Parliament out sword point. Just like Charles, Cromwell had used in an English army to threaten other Englishmen, but Cromwell believed that his use of force pleased God, perceiving the spirit perceiving the spirit of God so strong upon me. Perceiving 가지고 여기실 거다라는 거지. 신께서 he remarked later, I would not consult with the flesh and blood at all. Consult with. 그래서 이게 명예요. Consult with 하면은 뭐였지? Okay, now the parliament had been dissolved be- by force, Cromwell and his army general appointed a new parliament made up of 139 men bearing guard and of approved fidelity and honesty. fidelity, fidelity 충실함. 자, fidelity, fidelity. This parliament became known as the Barebone 뼈다귀만 남았다 망그러지 parliament after one of its members and the Puritan minister named Braceguard Barebones. It was also called the nominated assembly because its members were handpicked or nominated by Cromwell. Cromwell still called England a Commonwealth, but now it was being ruled by his own handpicked men, not by the people of England. 6 months later, this nominated assembly of men loyal to Cromwell passed the new bill. This bill announced that the Parliament now gives all of its power to Oliver Cromwell to act on behalf of the people of England. Oliver Cromwell had become the new king of England. He was never called king. Instead, he was given the title Lord Protector of England, and he was supposed to call Parliament every 2 years and listen to what the members of Parliament advised him to do. But Cromwell certainly seemed like a king. He moved his family into the royal palace. The ceremony to make him Lord Protector looked an awful lot like a coronation ceremony. His advisor often called him Your Majesty, Your Highness, and when Parliament refused to do exactly what he said, he scolded its members, telling them that he spoke for God and that they were opposing God himself when they opposed the road protector. I undertook this government in the simplicity of my heart and as before God to do the part of an honest man. Simplify, simplicity, simply, simplicity 하면은 소박하게. 그래서 he explained I speak for God and not for men. when Parliament continued to oppose Cromwell, he announced, I think that it is not for the profit of England, nor for the common and public good for you to continue here any longer, and therefore I do declare unto you uh, that I do dissolve this parliament. Cromwell had the power to dismiss parliament and the power to rule England as he pleased. But his power didn't make him popular. He directed his soldiers to break up all of the royal regalia. regalia면은 상징들이지. 이 리질리아야, 레길리아야.
Regalia.
레길리아,
Regalia.
레길리아, 레길리아, 레길리아. Okay, used to crown king, the crown, scepter, coronation ring, and bracelets. And even though many Englishmen had hated Charles, they also disliked seeing these English treasures destroyed. He allowed his army to wreck churches which seem too Catholic. So wherever the new mother army went, stained glass was broken, beautiful wooden carving and the statues were hacked apart, and red ornaments were melted and made into blood. And Cromwell made his Puritan convictions the law of the land. 신념이지 conviction. 여기서는 신념으로 쓰고 어떤 때는 뭐 유재성고나 핵심. 그래서 conviction은 convince에서 온 단어야, 그치? 그래서 he believed that playing cards was ungodly, so cards became illegal. He thought that going to plays was ungodly, so all of the dealers in England were closed. He believed that God approved only of hymns, so the English were allowed to sing only hymns. Cromwell became so unpopular that 3 years after he became Lord Protector, an anonymous booklet 누가 썼는지 모르는 소책자가 were published encouraging someone to assassinate him. But no one needed to assassinate Cromwell because he was already growing ill. He had been wounded in battle many times and had never truly recovered. And he was suffering from malaria. When his favorite daughter died in the first year of the protectorate, Cromwell became even sicker with grief. In September of 1658, Oliver Cromwell died. He was embalmed so that he could have a royal funeral with his body lying in state while all of England appeared fast to see him on last time. But the um, embl- emblaming didn't work. Mm, Cromwell's body was too disgusting to put on view, so it was hastily buried in Westminster Abbey, and a waxed figure was put on display afterward. Afterward, an empty coffin was the center of a huge funeral. One observer remarked, "It was the joyfulest funeral that I ever saw, for there was none cried but dogs." Oliver Cromwell's son, Richard, claimed the title Lord Protector, but the English were tired of two protectorate. It was just like a monarchy, except with more rulers. Noblemen who served in the army started to argue with each other about who should rule England next. One of the army generals realized that England was on the brink of the greatest civil war yet. He marched into London and called the members of Old Long Parliament back into session. This parliament met together and decided to send a message to Charles I's son, who had fled England and was living in France, far away from Cromwell and his soldiers. Come back and become king. Paramount backed, but even while it planned to welcome Charles II back, Paramount also began to pass laws that would restrict the king's power. From now on, English king would have to answer to Parliament for their action. On May 23rd, 1660, Charles's son Charles II returned to England. The English tried of war and Puritan laws welcomed him with cheers of joy. The year of the protectorate were over. The king was back. Plague Empire. Now that Charles II was on the throne, the seal opened. England's noblemen crowded to concert play and balls. The experience of the Commonwealth had failed, but most English men and women felt relief. The constant battles and upsets of Cromwell's years were finally over. The years of Charles II's reign are now called the Restoration because England's traditional monarchy was restored to the throne, and England's traditional way of life was restored as well. But although the first year of the restoration were a joyful catastrophe, catastrophe was just around the corner. catastrophe 대재앙. catastrophe, 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 catastrophe. Okay, London, England's largest city, had grown and grown and grown. At the time of the Restoration, London had nearly half a million people living in it. It was filled with rows of wooden buildings shoved close together. The houses even jutted out over the narrow street so that you could reach out your hand from a window and almost touch the house across the way. London was both crowded and dirty. Drains and gutters were ancient, often blocked with cracked stones and trashy fishy water, and sways spread across the street. Two or three poor families crowded into single room. Just 4 years after Charles II triumphant return, omnibus rumors began to spread. A few men had died of a plague on the far edges of London. The plague, also called the Black Death, was no stranger to Londoners. Londoners had died from plague before, and in great numbers. London's packed busy streets were the perfect place for disease to spread. The Londoner waited, holding their breath for news of more illness. They hoped desperately that the plague would simply die away. It appeared to be only in the outskirts of the town, wrote the road Chandler, Chan, Chancellor, Chancellor, wrote Chancellor of London. And in the most uh, obscure obscure 이렇게 잘 안 보이는 길가에 있다는 거지. Among the poorest people, 빈민가. obscure 안 보이는 것이요. Okay, but soon horrible news filtered through London's turbans. 이거 아니에요. Whole families were dying, and the sickness was spreading across the city. By Christmas, thousands of Londoners were dying every week. The plague raged raged on and on for months. By June of the following year, the sickness had spread into the city's center. Londoners tried to flee into the country, but villagers drove them away, terrified that they might bring plague with them. In London, few dared to venture from their houses. Shops are shut in, wrote one Londoner. Very few people walk about in so much that the grass begins to spring in some place, and a deep silence is almost every place, especially within the wall. So many people died that London began to run out of room to bury the dead. The churchyards are now so stuffed with dead body. Another London observer wrote that in many places they are 2 or 3 feet higher than they were before. Men were hired to pull huge wagon called plague carts through the street, shouting, "Bring out your dead," so that the bodies could be collected and dumped into huge pits. The English writer Daniel Defoe was only a child during the plague, but he used the stories of others to write an account of the plague. He wrote, "London might well be said to be all in tears. The plague defied all medicines. The very physicians were seized with it, with their medicines in their mouths. There was scarce any passing by the street, but the several dead body would be lying here and there upon the ground. Death reigned in every corner." 기파이. 아저씨 몇 번째로 다니니까. Okay. The people of the 17th century didn't know that the plague was spread by the flea, so lived on rats. Indeed, they thought that animals made the plague worse, but the wrong animal. The mayor of London ordered all dogs and cats killed. That meant that there were more rats, more fleas, and more plague. Samuel Pepys, an English aristocrat who kept a diary of these years, Road to Little Noise was heard heard day or night, but the tolling of a funeral bell. Finally, the plague began to die away. It had uh, raised for a year. 1년 가까이 걸었어. Wrecked, raised가 아니라 레그드 또 올라갔어, 또 올라갔어. 오지 말랬지 엄마가 여기 좁다고 뱃살을 괴롭힐 테야. 그런데 나 여기 있을 거야. 엄마가 뱃살을 괴롭힌다잖아. 미친 건가요? 아 미친 건가요? 그대 미친 건가요? 아 그대 미친 건가요? 왜 이렇게 귀찮게 하나요? 그래 누나 왔어. 누나한테 가. Over 200,000 20만 명 people had died. 2 out of every 5 people in London. 5분의 2네. But as Christmas drew near, shops began to reopen. People once again walked in London's streets slowly. London was returning to normal. But less than 9 months later, another tragedy struck. Late on September evening in the year 1666, the king's baker was stocking his fire for the night in his bakery in Pudding Lane. A coal fell out unnoticed and began to burn its way into a stack of brushwood nearby. The floor caught fire and then the wall. The bakery dissolved into flame. dissolved 파괴체 녹는 거 dissolved dissolve지 dissolve dissolve The fire spread to the baker's house nearby. Soon, the Lord Mayor of London himself was woken by his servant and told that a fire was burning in London. True, only 2 houses were all light, but because London's wooden houses were so dry and close together, small fire could spread quickly. The Lord Mayor had been sound asleep, and he was cranky. He got lumpily uh, grumpily into his couch and rattled down to Pudding Lane. He got out, walked down to the fire, and gazed at it. Pish! He said, a woman could put that out. 여자라도 끄겠다, 야. And he got back into his coach and ordered it back home. But barely had the road mayor disappeared down Pudding Lane, then the fire spread to the house next to door, and then the house next to that. The summer had been dried, and the wind was blowing the flames around, putting rain. Some of the people in nearby house collected their precious belongings and carried them to the stone church nearby, where they might be safe from rain. Other homed lines down to the Thames River and passed water back up to the blaze in little buckets, chamber pot, soup bowl, and every other container they could find. But the fire was spreading too quickly. Just down from the bakery, a shipbuilder's house stood, its cellar crammed with the barrels of tar used to sear the seams of ship. When the cellar burned, the barrels exploded. The roof of the house blew off, fire spouted upward, bits of burning single and wood flew out for dozens of yards and caught the house on fire. It was, in word of Samuel Pepys, an infinity great fire. Everything after so long a drought, proving combustible, combustible 수 있는 거야. 다 들어갈 수 있는 것들. 감사. Even the very stone of church, the church's houses, and all on fire and flaming at once, and a horrid noise, horrid, 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 발음 어떻게 하는 거야? horrid, horrid, and horrid. Okay. Combustible noise the flames made, and the cracking of houses at their ruin. The fire spread across the city. It burned uh, 워프, 워프인데 이게 공공 선창 워프 WH 워프 푸드 stacks of timber houses, and even Bay Bernard's castle, a stone castle filled with wooden furnishing, turbans, shops, churches, where but hundreds of people fled to the enormous stone church at London's centre, St. Paul Cathedral. But the flames swept up the walls, burning timbers and melting the reed in the roof until it ran down toward the river like molten lava. The stones in the walls themselves began to explode, explode from the heat. The fire burned for 3 days. Finally, the soldiers fighting it began to blow up houses in front of it with the gunpowder, pulling away the wreckage so that the fire would have no fuel. The wind began to die down. The fire hesitated and it finally began to flicker out. But four fifths of London had been burnt, 13,000 houses, almost 100 churches, and almost all official buildings, court, jail, post the office, printing press were gone. London John uh, El- Evelyn, John Evelyn, Londoner John Evelyn Weeping wrote in his diary, London was but is no more. 밥
밥은
11시에 먹었어.
먹었어?
니 왜 그래? 아니, 눈곱 좀 떼. 물 가져올게. 눈곱. 눈곱을 눈을 물로 이렇게 쭈쭈쭈 해. 아, 인내심이 너무 그거 저기 왜 올려놨어? 그냥 오늘 가져가서 먹으면 돼. 근데 나중에 그거 계속 점심 먹고 저녁 먹고 점심 먹고 저녁 먹고 이러니까 이제 학교 다닐 때 똑같이 먹게 되는 거야 정말. 그러니까 이런 살이 안 빠지잖아. 예빈이 왔을 때 먹어 그럼 가잖아. 근데 그러니까 당신은 밥 먹어 하고 혼자 놔두고 아무렇지도 않지. 근데 너랑 비슷한 여자는 아무렇지 않을 수가 없어. 그게 딱 그 드라마에 나오더라. 맞아. 이거는 블록부분이라서 그런지. 그러면은 기억 빌려서 일어난 김에 짧아. 공식이 발끝으로 잘 안 쓰잖아 우리가. 어느 게 뭐라고 아이 그릴 때는 달리 그릴 때는 발끝으로 가르고 다니는 거야. 발끝을 들고 이렇게 그래가지고 왜 초등학교 때 묵상할 때 보면은 발꿈치까지 이렇게 다 쓰잖아. 애들이 이렇게 다 달리잖아. 그게 빨리 스프린트거든. 단거리 달리기하는 애들이 있어. 그래가지고 이렇게 내고 들고꿈치를 들고 그래가지고 그게 팔꿈치만 드는 1인분인데 팔꿈치를 드는 것만으로도 이게 막 붙여가지고 온몸에 있는 근육을 다 쓰네. 그래가지고 팔꿈치 들고 이런 거 돌아다니냐 그러면은 아니 계단 올라갈 때 이렇게 신발 신고 이렇게 신발을 신고 이렇게 있는데 일타니까 발목이 아파요. 그냥 하면은 이제 통해서 있는데 못 했어요. 그래서 여기 튜브 유튜브에서 자기는 이게 혼자 이렇게 쓰는 사람들이 많대 이렇게 그랬을 것 같아. 나는 예전에 이거 완전히 나왔을 때는 그냥 이렇게 쓰는 건 안 됐었거든. 그래서 많이 교포상님이 많이 붙여줬었는데 그거 안 된 사람은 이렇게 안 찾고 이렇게 그 발레 바 물론 발레 바 잡듯이 이렇게 하는 사람이다 이렇게. 밥 먹었어 하고 시작하면 아주 그냥. 뚜뚜루루뚜뚜. 있다. 오, still. Chapter 13. The King, the Sun King, 태양왕. The Sun King of France. Um, the Sun King of France. The white wall of France's royal palace glowed in the warm afternoon sunshine. The King of France, Louis XIV, the deep was deep in a meeting with his ministers. The Queen was writing letters in her boudoir, boudoir, boudoir. 이렇게 발음 어떻게 하는 거예요? 방인데 이거. Boudoir, boudoir, boudoir.
Boudoir.
Boudoir,
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 Boudoir.
boudoir, boudoir. Servants screwed, scurried, sure, scurried, 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 scurried. 종종 걸음을 치다. scurried. 청청청청청 scurried. scurry. Scurried through the corridor. Upstairs in the nursery, one maid scrubbed at the grass-stained clothes of the dolphin, and the hair to the throne. dobson이라고 불렀어. Another polished the little boy's silver flat breakfast dishes. Down in the kitchen, the dolphin's nurse was telling the cook to fix blemishes of egg yolks beaten with wine and salt and then boiled for the dolphin's dinner. He been suffering from a slight cold, and she wanted him had a proper invalid super 환자식이에요 환자식 invalid 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 super outside. The little boy himself wandered through the gardens alone. He was barely 4 years old, but somehow he had managed to escape from the palace without anyone noticing. He found a stick on the garden ground and he poked at the grass around the path as he worked. Just ahead, a fountain bubbled down into a wide basin. The little boy bent over it, stirring the water with his stick. He leaned a little farther over. His foot slipped. He fell into water that was over his head. If a passing peasant hadn't heard the sound of a splash and hauled him out, the dolphin, the dolphin would have drowned. 황태자가 dolphin 아니야? dolphin. 프랑스 황태자. dolphin. dolphin. Not long after the little prince's swim, his father died at the age of 4 years and 8 months. Louis XIV was now the king of France. He was the road of every French citizen and the main master of every blade of French grass and clump of dirt. clump. 플레이트는 잘라내는 건데 clump은 우리 짓는 거. You see, the French king claimed to be the owner of the country he ruled. The French called their king a visible divinity, God's representative honors. So while Charles II struggled to keep his son throne, Louis XIV ruled without opposition. His father and his father's minister, Cardinal Richelieu, had made France into one of the most powerful nations in Europe. And Louis XIV was the most powerful man in this powerful nation. While he was still young, Louis's advisor, Cardinal Mazarin, ruled for him. Mazarin had been trained by Richelieu to rule with ruthless and strict hand, demanding that every French citizen obey the word of the king without occasion. He continuously reminded that the king should be treated almost like a god. When Mazarin died, Louis announced that he would now rule absolutely without a council of advisors. He would be his own first minister. His ministers were astounded. No French king had ruled without advisor for almost 100 years, and no one believed that his elegant young man, skilled at dancing and court life, would be an efficient ruler. But Louis himself knew what he wanted. In his memories, he later wrote, "In my heart, I prefer fame above all else, even life itself." For the next 50 years, Louis ruled as absolute king of France. He worked all day long, every day, wielding absolute control over every part of his reign. Welt, welt, weltering, 웰드, 행사하다, 비교하다, 웰드, 웰드구나, 웰드, 행사하다, 비교하다, 윌드, 윌딩, 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 윌딩. He chose the sun as his emblem to represent his power and was called the Sun King by his countrymen. Only a nobleman of a high rank was allowed to dry him after he had the bath. Um, Other aristocrats fought over the privilege of handing Louis XIV his shirt and pants as he dressed. Louis thought that this was a very proper relationship for a king to have with his subject. In a letter he to his son, he wrote, letting your people write down the law to you is the worst calamity, 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 calamity. Calamity that a man of our rank can suffer. When the people try to take power for themselves, the more you grant them, the more they want, the more flavor you give to them, the more contempt they feel for you. Contempt. Contempt. And the ones who want power the most are always the stupidest. The Sun King needed a palace worthy of his greatness, so Louis XIV decided to build a huge new house at Versailles, where a tiny hunting road Raji stood after almost 50 years of labor. This tiny hunting Raji uh, had been transformed into an enormous palace a quarter of a mile long. Kenilworth dug to bring water from the river and to drain the marshland. Versailles was full of elaborate rooms like the famous Hall of Mirrors, where 17 huge mirrors stood across from 17 large windows, and the Salon of Apollo, where a solid silver throne stood. Hundreds of statues of Greek art, such as Apollo, Jupiter, and Neptune, stood in the gardens. Each god had Zeus's face. Each god had Zeus's face. Very night, thousands of candles lit the palace into brilliance. For concert and floating parades held on the garden canal that ran through the ground. To increase his power, Bruce brought his noblemen to Versailles to live. He forced them to pay attention to court manner. The noblemen and women spent all of their time trying to please the king rather than planning revolt. Noblemen would do whatever Louis asked if it meant that they would receive a sign of his flavor. Permission to wear clothing reserved for the king's flavority, and no, a position standing a little closer to the front of the throne room, or a more ornate chair at a royal dinner. Ornate chair. The Duc de Simon, who lived at Versailles for many years, wrote that Louis also encouraged his noblemen to spend money in order to make them more royal. The king loved splendor, magnificence, and pro- profusion, profusion in all things. 어찌고 웅장하고 프로포션한 거는 뭐야? 풍성한. The Duke remarked and encouraged similar taste in his court to spend money freely on feasting, and Eckhart was a sure way to gain his favorite, perhaps to obtain the honor of a word from him by making expensive habits the passion, and for people in a certain position necessity. He compelled his courtiers to live beyond their income, and gradually reduced them to depend on his bounty, bounty for the means of subsistence. The king spent most of his reign fighting wars to expand France's border. During Louis's reign, France became the largest and most important nation in Europe. But in the last years of Louis's life, his army began to uh, falter. 약해졌다. Other European nations joined together to oppose, oppose oppose the ambitious French king. France lost some of its new territory, and then Louis's son, the Dauphin, died suddenly of smallpox. Louis didn't mourn too much. He disliked his son, who was slothful and self-absorbed. 어, 게으르고 자만에 빠져 있는 아이. 그치. He feared nothing more in this world than to become king. The Dolphins aunt remarked thoughtfully. 쓰게. 타르트잖아. Thoughtfully. He was frightfully lazy, could sit the whole long day on a bed. With the dolphin's death, Lucy's grandson became the new heir to the French crown, but not long after the grandson's wife, a cheerful, affectionate girl whom Louis's 14th loved like a daughter, began to complain of toothache. She didn't have toothache, she had measles. After a week of illness, she died. A few days later, her husband died as well. Then, one of Ruth's grandsons fell from a horse and was killed. Faced with so many catastrophes, Yes, Reese himself began to grow ill. One day he went hunting and came back looking exhausted, complaining about pain in his left leg. His doctor told him nothing was wrong, but the doctor had missed an infection growing below Russ's knee. In just a few days, Russ was suffering from gangrene. gangrene. 궤저 어떻게 발음하지? 살이 썩어 들어갔는데 gangrene, 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 gangrene. When he died, his only remaining grandson, a sickly 5-year-old, inherited the throne of France. The Sun King had made himself a god on earth, but he had also made a great mistake. He had made himself powerful by forcing the common people of France to pay heavy taxes to support his war and his lavish palace. French peasants and craftsmen had labored for decades to build Versailles. One French astro, astro, aristocrat remarked that the hard work and swampy climate was so bad for the workmen that dead bodies of peasants had to be removed every morning. Thousands and thousands of French men had died in Russia's unending wars. And throughout the French countryside, anger was growing, anger which would eventually destroy the French crown forever. 이제 독일 쪽으로 가는 러시안 표트르 대제. 표트르 대제가 피터. Rise, the rise of Prussia. Frederick. The first Prussian king. Imagine that you are at a huge family reunion where all of your aunt, uncle, cousin, second cousin, and third cousin are gathered together. Everyone is talking at the same time. Everyone wants to know what part of the family you belong to. And who are you? One of your third cousins asks you, I'm a Smith. You might answer, you want everyone know that you are not a Johnson or a Ree or a White. You and your parents and your brothers and sisters are or Smiths. That's an important part of who you are. But now try to imagine that your family doesn't identify itself by its last name. Instead you name yourself after the room in the house where you spent most of your time. When your third cousin said, who are you? You might answer that I'm an upstairs nurse bedroom, or I'm a downstairs computer room. You are all still members of one family, but it's more important that you are a downstairs computer room or an upstairs nurse bedroom. That's how Germans thought of themselves after the 30 Years' War. If you lived in England, you are English. If you live in Spain, you are Spanish. If you lived in one of the little German states, you probably didn't think of yourself as a German. You're a citizen of your little states. And there were 300 little German states, each ruled over by a prince. But then one of those princes decided to build his little state into a kingdom, a German kingdom. Prince Frederick ruled the German states of uh, Bra- Brandenburg, Brandenburg in the eastern part of Germany. Frederick had also inherited another little kingdom, the Kingdom of Prussia, even farther east than Brandenburg. Brandenburg lay within the border of the Holy Roman Empire. So when Frederick was in Brandenburg, he had to obey the Holy Roman Emperor. But Prussia wasn't part of the Holy Roman Empire. When Frederick was in Prussia, he didn't have to obey anyone. So Frederick asked the Holy Roman Emperor for permission to call himself King of Prussia. The Holy Roman Emperor was grateful to Frederick, who had helped him fight off the enemies of Louis XIV, and Prussia wasn't part of his empire anyway, so he agreed. But he only gave Frederick permission to call himself a king in Prussia. He wanted Frederick to remember that he could not behave like a king in Brandenburg, only in Prussia. The January of 1701, Frederick wrote to 이걸 어떻게 읽어? 독일어 같은데? 커니스버그? 괴니히스베르크. 괴니히스베르크. Königsberg in Prussia uh, had held the coronation ceremony for himself. He dressed himself in scarlet robe and sat on a royal throne. He put the crown on his own head, put his scepter into his own hand, and announced, I am now King Frederick First. Then he marched to his wife's rooms and crowned her queen. Afterward, he held a huge royal feast. Now he was the Prussian king. Frederick didn't actually have permission to be a king in Brandenburg, but when he paraded back into Brandenburg, he entered its largest city, Berlin, like a king. Cannon fired all over the city, bells rang, candles and torches and lanterns were lit in every window, so that the city glowed like a star. Like Louis XIV, Frederick wanted to be an absolute monarchy, obeyed with occasion by all of his people. But he knew that the Holy Roman Emperor wouldn't approve, and he didn't have a strong enough army or enough money to wage war, collect taxes, and behead his enemy. So instead, Frederick just behaved like an absolute monarchy. He called his entire kingdom Prussia, so that all of his subjects, even the ones in Brandenburg, Prague, Brandenburg, Brandenburg, uh, could call him their king. He spent enormous amount of money on feasts and elaborate ceremonies. His court was one of the most splendid in Europe. His son later said, "My father had the appearance of a kingship long before he was truly a king." But Frederick's playing acting helped the citizens of his kingdom, both inside and outside of the Holy Roman Empire, begin to think of themselves as members of one Prussian kingdom. Imagine then your parents can get tired of everyone calling themselves upstairs nurse bedroom or downstairs computer room, and they decide we should all kind of ourselves as smiths. But instead of commanding you to call yourself a smith, they hold a big party to show how proud they are to be smiths. Every morning they parade through every room singing, "We are Smiths! How lucky you are to be Smiths!" After months of this, you might start thinking of yourself as Smith rather than a downstairs computer room. That's a little like what happened in Frederick's uh, new kingdom of Prussia. Frederick encouraged all of his people to think of themselves as citizens of a German kingdom of Prussia. Until this time, people in most countries were loyal to a piece of land. 땅에다가 그랬지, like the island of Britain, or to a monarchy like Louis XIV or Philip II of Spain. But Frederick knew that his kingdom was made up of two different pieces of land, and that his power as monarchy was limited. So he wanted the Prussian to be loyal to something different, a state. Prussians wanted to pay allegiance to an idea of a German kingdom ruled by a German king. They used the word rich The German word of kingdom, Reich, Reich. To refer to this German kingdom, uh, Frederick spent most of his reign building this idea of a German kingdom called Prussia. He founded a great Prussian university as well as a Prussian Academy of the Art and a Royal Prussian Academy of Science. He gave this Academy of Science the job of studying the German language and teaching all Prussians how to use it properly. Frederick's son, Frederick William First, took Frederick's idea even further. He formally announced that both Prussia and Brandenburg uh, were part of the Prussian kingdom. He made the army stronger. And then Frederick's grandson, Frederick II, took his grandfather's kingdom in name and turned it into a real power. He fought at Rand to Prussia. He built himself a royal palace, not in um, Königsberg, not in Brandenburg itself. He gave Prussian a reason to be proud of their Prussian state. For this, Frederick's grandson became known as Frederick the Great. 이게 표트르 제왕인 거지, Frederick. 피터가 아니라 Frederick이었어. 피터는 누구였지? 피터는 러시아 왕이었 러시아 왕제. And one day, the Prussian kingdom that his grandfather had established would become the modern country of Germany. 띠띠띠 이제 a new world in conflict, war against the colonies, King Philip's War. While the king of Europe fought and attempted to make their kingdom larger, 참 몇 번이나 외웠는데. The English colony in North America were growing larger, all on their own. More and more men and women were making the long journey across the Atlantic Ocean. New settlements spread across Massachusetts over into the land we now call Rhode Island and Connecticut. A new settler built more houses, cleared more fields, and chopped down more trees. They needed more space, and so they kept moving farther west and farther into Native American lands until the Wampanoag tribe decided to fight back. First, at first, the Wampanoag and the English had been friends. When the English settlers first came to Massachusetts, the Wampanoag showed them how to fish, how to trap game, and how to survive the harsh northern winters. But as the Massachusetts colony grew larger, the colonists no longer needed the Wampanoag. They grew their own crops and traded their own goods to European merchant ships in exchange for the salt, weapon, and seeds that they needed. And they forced the Wampanoag to give them more rent for their growing town. The king of the Wampanoag tribe, Metacum, saw that his kingdom was vanishing. When his people went to fish in their favorite streams, the banks were crowded with colonists. When they walked in their hunting ground, the English hunters rocked behind the tree, waiting for deer. I am resolved, Tacom announced to a friend that I will not see the day when I have no kingdom. One cold January morning, a young Wampanoag man left his tiny village and hurried down the icy dirt road toward Plymouth Bay. He had grown up in Tacom's kingdom, but in his teens, he had gone to the new little college built by the English to train Christian ministers. At this little college, which the English called Harvard, the 1 pound away boy had been given the English name John Sesman, John Sesman knew Metacom well because John could read and write in English. Metacom had often asked him to carry messages to the English reader, but now John Sesman carried a warning. John worked for hours, shivering in the gray winter air. His feet grew numb with the cold. Finally, the tall wooden walls of the Plymouth fortress came into view. John Sessamon hurried through the gate. Where is the gardener? He asked. I must speak to him right away. The governor of Plymouth, Joshua Winslow, was busy with the paperwork, but John Sesamon waited anxiously, glancing back at Plymouth's stronghold. When he was finally brought into governor's office, he spoke so quickly that Winslow could barely understand him. King Metacom is raising an army, he blurted out. He's asking every other tribes to join with him to fight against you. He plans to drive the English back to their home. I've come to warn you, but please don't send me back. He doesn't know I'm here, and if the warrior find out that I've warned you, they will kill me. Winslow's sighed. Like many English, he thought that Wampanoag was stupid and not to be trusted. You can hardly believe an Indian, he remarked to a friend. Even when they heard the truth, he turned to John Sesmond. Go back home. He said the Plymouth plantation is safe. Someone pleaded to stay, but Winslow refused. When someone left the fortress, his eyes were filled with tears. A week later, John Sessamon disappeared. His body was found frozen into the ice of a pond. His neck was broken. Joshua Winslow and the Plymouth plantation readers took alarm. Perhaps someone's peers had been there. When two men came forward claiming that they had seen three Wampanoag warriors kill someone and threw him into the pond. The English decided to show Metacom, who was really in charge of Massachusetts. English soldiers arrested the warriors and brought them to Plymouth. The Wampanoag warriors were tried convicted of murder and executed. Batacom was furious how dare the English invade his village and drag away his warrior. 3 days after execution, Metacom and his men attacked a little Plymouth settlement, burning houses and driving the settlers away. War had begun. The war between the English and the Wampanoag dragged on for months. The colonists had more guns, but the Native Americans were better at surprise attacks and ambushes. ambushes. And Metacom convinced their Native American tribes nearby to join with him in his war against the English. Native American warrior burned the English settlement to kill the English colonists and took others captive, only releasing them in exchange for money and weapons. One of these captured the woman Mary Rowlandson. 뭐야 이게? 줄 지어진 땅의 아들? 메리 로렌슨. 진짜 인디언 이름 보고 우리가 진짜 이상하다고 묻는데, 물론 우리도 뜻글자라서 뭐 미영 이렇게 미영이라는 게 어떤 뜻인가를 이렇게 얘기할 수 있지. 근데 그래도 그냥 미영이라고 해서 뭐 아름다운 꽃이 이렇게 얘기 안 하잖아. 그렇게 생각 안 하고 그냥 미영이라고 하지. 근데 로랜드선 화이트도 웃기고 뭐 내가 생각하기에는 그거는 그냥 이렇게 얘기했을 때 뜻이 입 밖으로 그냥 확 나오는 글자들이니까 스미스도 마찬가지 아니에요. 기술자 이런 거 그런 것 같아. 읽을 때마다 저 last name 참 wrote about the attack on her house. It was 도플리스트 day. 끔찍한 날이었다모노 도플리스트 EST 애절한 오늘이 목요일 That ever mine eyes saw she lamented lament 하면은 비통해하다 드디어 배웠다 lament 정말 진짜 한참 동안 너무 안 헤어져가지고 환장하는 줄 알았는데 더프 그 다음에 from all places in Indians shot against the house so that the bullets seemed to fly like hail. Some in our house were fighting for their lives, others wallowing in their blood. 허우적거리다. 그치? Hello. The house on fire over our head. Then I took my children to go forth and leave the house. But as soon as we came to the door and appeared, the Indian shot so thick that the blood rattled against the house as if one had taken a handful of stones and threw them. Mary and her children were captured and held prisoner for weeks until her husband paid money for her release. After 8 months of war, 1,300 Englishmen from Plymouth banded together to make the strongest attack yet against Metacom's force. Metacom and his warriors had joined together with another tribe, the Narragansett, and were camped out in the middle of the treacherous swamp. 위험한 늪지대. The Englishmen slushed through the swamp and attacked Metacom's camp. The battle, which became known as the Great Swamp Fight, almost wiped out the Native American warrior. Malcolm himself fled west into the colony of New York and tried to convince the Mohawk uh, tribe to give him fresh warriors and weapons. When the Mohawk refused, Malcolm tried to keep on fighting with his remaining men. But his shrinking war band could not resist forever. 8 months after the Great Swamp Fight, English soldiers surrounded Metacom's camp. Metacom escaped, but his wife and the 9-year-old son were captured and sold as slaves in South America. Metacom evaded the English for 10 more days. 도주하다, evade. But was surrounded in the middle of a swamp, unable to get away. A Native American warrior who had joined the English force shot Tacom. The English then cut off his head, paraded back to Plymouth in triumph, and put Metacom's head up on a pole in the middle of the settlement, where it remained for years. Because the English called Metacom King Philip, this war became known as King Philip's War. 12 English towns had been burnt to the ground. One out of every 16 men had died, crops had been destroyed, and farms rebuilt. In the following winter, many colonists died of starvation, but more than 3,000 Native Americans had died as well. Whole villages had been burnt, entire tribes had been killed. The few remaining members of those tribes scattered, many fleeing to the north. Many fleeing to the north. Now the English could continue to spread across North America, across the land left empty by King Philip's War. War against the colony, Louis Perkins saved New France. Up north of Massachusetts, the French colony were also fighting with the Native American enemies. The people of New France had done their best to be friends with the Native American nearby. Years before, Samuel Champlain had been careful to make friends with the nearest tribe, the Huron. He gave them presents, slept and ate in their village, and helped them fight against their enemies. But the Huron suffered from this friendship. The French gave the Huron presents, but they also passed wrong terrible new disease called smallpox. The Hurons had never been near smallpox before, so their bodies couldn't recognize it. The gums and fight them off. They began to grow ill. Red rashes spread across their face. They had trouble breathing and swallowing. Over half of the Huron tribe died from smallpox. Another Native American tribe that lived nearby, the Iroquois, saw that the Hurons had become weak from illness. The Iroquois had always been more warlike than the Hurons, so Iroquois armies invaded Huron land, burned Huron camps and longhouses, and killed hundreds of Huron men and women. The Huron tribes disintegrate, disintegrate. 해체되다. disintegrate, 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 disintegrate. 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 Disintegrated, and the triumphant Iroquois claimed their land. Then the Iroquois set out to destroy New France because the French had been friends and allies of the Hurons. Small parties of Iroquois warriors raided raided the farms in Quebec, burning houses and killing settlers. Other were bands raped Sacy the Montreal, uh, the largest settlement in New France. The settler fought back, but the fierce and determined Iroquois were expert at forest fighting. They appeared and disappeared with bewildering speed, leaving death and destruction behind them. The attacks went on and on. More and more French settlers left the dangerous land of New France and went home. The colony shrank until it had almost disappeared, but then the King of France Louis XIV stepped in to reduce into rescue New France. Louis XIV, the Sun King, had spent years fighting wars to expanding his French empire. He didn't intend to lose his colonies in the New World, so he sent soldiers from the French army over to fight the Rockies. He promised these soldiers that he would give them land in the New World if they would save New France. The New French soldiers sailed to New France and marched off their ship ready to fight. They had muskets and cannons, They had already fought bloody wars on the battlefield of Europe, and they were sure that they could defeat the savages of North America. They were wrong. The battlefield of Europe hadn't prepared them to fight in big wood and tangled bushes. Even with their bullet and the cannonball, the French soldiers weren't able to defeat the Iraqi nation, but they did manage to protect the settlement of New France from attack. Finally, the Iraqi agreed to observe unnecessary, uneasy peace. uneasy peace. 쉽지 않은. 자, 그래서 they retreated back. 됐어. To their own land, and the French soldiers settled down on their new land, ready to begin new lives. Now they were faced with a different problem. Louis XIV had sent hundreds of soldiers or men to New France. These soldiers wanted to start families and raise a lot of little French Canadians. But there were 6 men for every woman in New France. Once more, Louis XIV came to the rescue. He announced that he would pay young French women large amount of money if they would go and live in the colony. Many young women accepted the king's offer and sailed across the Atlantic to New France, where they were greeted with great joy by French soldiers looking for wives. These young women became known as Filles du Rio, or daughters of the king. Now, the new France was a safer place to live. The colony began to grow once again. Farmers called habitants cultivated the field of the North New World. Fur trader called Voyager sailed up and down the rivers trading for fur. Ships from France came to the port of New France, bringing French goods, newspaper, and more settlers. The town of Quebec and Montreal grew larger and richer. The streets were lined with cobble stone houses stood proudly in the middle of each town. Silversmiths, wig maker, and tailor worked hard on their craft. The gentlemen and ladies of New France, like the courtier of Louis XIV over in France, decked themselves with silk lace, powdered wig, and jewelry. But the Iroquois had not given up. Once again, they began to attack the rich town and palm of New France. On October morning, the palm of Francosy Juret lay peacefully under a mellow fall sun. Prancos uh, Jaret, Jaret, Jaret was a Sagner, an army officer who had been rewarded with the Raj Palm. Jaret Palm was called Pachyres. Many farmers lived on the land of Pachyres, cultivating the Jaret field for him. On this particular morning, Francois Jaret and his wife were both away from the fort, trading to business in the nearby town. Their 14-year-old daughter, Maria Madeleine, was walking through the field. She could just see the fort in the distance. Bright birds sang in the trees nearby, and the cool fall air moved against her face. Suddenly, Maria Madeleine heard a gunshot in the distance. Then she heard a terrifying sound, the voice of farmers screaming, "Save yourselves! In the Iraqi are attacking." She turned and saw a band of 50 Rocky warriors charging toward her. She ran toward the fort as fast as she could. Later, Madeleine wrote down the event of that day. This is a simpler version of her story. The Rocky who were chasing me found that I was too far ahead for them to capture. So they started to shout at me, led with by me. As soon as I came close enough for the guards inside the fort to hear me, I started shouting, "Get your weapons! Please come and save me!" But no one appeared at the walls. Just as I reached the gate, the fattest warrior caught me by the handkerchief around my neck. I yanked it off, leaving it in his hand, slipped through the gate and pushed it closed. I looked around me. There were a few gaps in the wall of the fort. I started shouting at the other inside the fort. Put posts across the gaps. Repair the walls. I grabbed one of the posts myself and put it into place. When the others saw me crying a post, they began to fix the walls themselves. So I went to find the guard. I found one hiding. Was Another was inside the room where the ammunition and powder was kept. He was holding a lighted fuse. "What are you doing?" I shouted. He answered, "It's hopeless. We should blow ourselves up so that the Iraqi can't capture us." "Miserable man!" I screamed. "Give me that!" He gave me the fuse. I could see that no one else would read us. So I took off my bonnet, put on a hat, and grabbed a gun. I found my two little brothers, who were 12 and Penn, come on, I said. Let's fight to the death for our country. We raided the canyon and shot them from the wall. The Iraqi were frightened by this and fell back a little. Inside the fort, women were crying. I ordered them to be shut up in an inside room for so that our enemies would not know that we were frightened. The sun was setting, the sky was filling with the clouds. Snow and ice had begun to fall. I knew that the enemy would attack again as soon as the night grew dark. All night we stood on the wall, guarding the fort against the invader. I took one corner, my two brothers took two more. The last corner was guarded by a man who 80 years old. For 8 days we held the fort against our enemy. Finally, French soldiers from a nearby settlement arrived and drove off the attacker. For her bravery, Maria Madeleine, the butcher, became a French Canadian heroine. Her statue still stands in Quebec today. Pew, 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 pew. Ah, pew, 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 pew. William Penn's Holy Experiment. While the colonists in New France and New England fought for survival, a man named William Penn was working hard to build a different kind of colony. Penn wanted this new colony, Pennsylvania, to be a place of peace, brotherhood, and love, not a place of war. Not, but the history of Pennsylvania was filled with trouble. 화장실 갔다 오고 조금 다리가 조금 하기 쉬어야 돼. 그래, 자꾸 읽다 보면은 늘지 어떻게 안 늘어? 너 내일, 너 내일, excuse me, hello, can you hear me? Do you have to work tomorrow? Okay. Okay. 에이, 2시간 남았네. 오케이. 오늘 생일인데 뭘 먹는 걸 해주는 건 좀 그런데. 뭘 해주지? 음, 뜨뜨뜨. 오늘이 생일인데 뭘 해줄까요? 뭘 해줄까요? 뭘 해줄까요? 뭘 해줄까요? 뚱뚱뚱뚱뚱뚱뚱. 잠깐만 이것 좀 확인을 하고 신한은행 헐, 인증서가 없어졌어. 뭐지? 깜짝 놀랐네. 조회를 가스비가 31일 날 나갔고 9월 30일 날 신한카드에서 왜 900원이 나왔지? 내가 잘 모르겠는데. 음, 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 2월 달에 설이 껴 있었으니 여기 어디 있을 것 같은데. 3월달인가? 음, 8,800만원 2월 18일. 이게 집을 산 가격이었나 보네. 일월달 100만원을 보냈구나. 음, 음. 음, 하고, 하고 따로따로 보내드렸지? 엄마랑 아빠 계좌가 없네. 신용이 것도 없고. 그래서 핸드폰 살짝 여기 있나? 게시판? 계좌번호 여기 있다. 은행이 농협. 하고 그 다음에 엄마 거가 왜? 2, 5, 8, 5, 8, 3 왜 안 되지? 2 그리고 2, 바로 3 엄마 핸드 엄마 여기 있었던 것 같아. 다시 걔 국민은행이야. 농협 1008 아, 왜? 미친 건가? 이거 바로 했어. Lobo. Go. Amado. 음, 다 꺼냈다. 뀨, 뀨, 뀨. 얼마 안 되지만 그래도 밥 사 먹을 만큼은 되니까. 아, 진짜 자식을 키운다는 거 참 그런 것 같아. 내가 가정을 이루고 있지만 내가 나의 아이한테 용돈을 받아서 쓰는 거는 어떨지 모르겠는데, 용돈이다 하고 또 이렇게 입금을 시키려고 하면 또 선뜻 막 엄청 큰 금액을 못 드리는 게 좀 아쉽기도 하고 그러네. 음, 예, 사는 게 뭔지. 그래도 두 분이 그냥 식사라도 같이 하실 수 있는 정도? 뺏기 못 보내주네. 참. 에휴, 뭔가 좀 그래, 좀 그래. 좀 그래, 좀 그래, 좀 그래. 좀 그래, 그래, 그래. 벌써 일어났나 보네, 아버지? 스토키 안 받아 진짜 미치겠다 정말. 아이고 모르겠다. 어디까지 읽었니? 어... 여기까지. But the story of Pennsylvania was filled with trouble까지 읽었어. The story of Pennsylvania began in 1660. 그래서 1666년 영국이 가장 복잡하기 바로 직전에 펜실베니아가 만들어졌지. When William Penn was just 16 and studying at the University of Oxford, the English had just decided to invite Charles II back to England. William's father, an officer in English Navy, commanded the ship that brought Charles II back to England. The ingratitude, 그 감사한 마음에 Charles II made William's father admiral and the knight. 기사 자기를 받았어. And when Charles II was crowned in London, Admiral Penn loaned him 16,000 pounds. 그러니까 지금으로 16,000불, 16,000파운드 for his treasury. 왕이 돈이 너무 없으니까 more money than the farmer or merchant might earn in his entire life. 적은 돈은 아니지. Admiral Penn wanted William to have a position at the new royal court, perhaps as an ambassador or army officer. In Oxford, William had started going to the meeting of the religious group called the Society of Friends of the Truth. 믿음의 친구 모임 The Friends were nicknamed Quakers because people whispered that they quacked or shook the presence of God. Quaker refused to belong to the Church of England. Instead, they gathered together in plain meeting house, where they sat and prayed quietly, waiting for God's words to come directly into their hearts. Quaker believed that every man and woman should be equal, so they refused to use the word you. Because in those days, people used the word you when talking to superior, and the word thee when talking to equals. 그래서 you 하고 thee 하고 같은 거지. Quaker used thee when speaking to everyone. 그래서 이 띠가 거기도 있지. did I am라고 주기동문에도 있어. 자, 그리고 they wouldn't even take their head off in the presence of the king. This looked like rebellion, so Quakers were often arrested and put in jail. Admiral Penn didn't want William to become a Quaker, so he ordered William to come home from Oxford and sent him to France instead. In France, William met Louis XIV and learned French dress and French manners at the glittering, beautiful French court. 귀족담을 배우라고 프랑스로 보냈지. When he returned, he seemed content to read the life of a wealthy aristocrat, aristocrat, 귀족다운 부유한 삶. He went to parties and balls. He decided to become a soldier and had his portrait painted. 하니까 조상아를 그렸어 in a full suit of armor. But while William was playing the part of a fashionable young man, he was still thinking about Quaker ideas. Soon, William Penn was going to Quaker meetings once more. At the age of 22, sitting in a Quaker meeting, William Penn was suddenly filled with joy. "The Lord visited me," he later said, with a certain sound and testimony of his eternal word. eternal word. testimony 하면은 증거하셨다 인 거지. Now William could no longer be a soldier. Quaker believed that fighting was wrong, and he certainly wouldn't be a royal ambassador. Quaker were not in favor at court. When Admiral Penn found out that his son had become a Quaker, he was so furious that he threw William out of the house. 집에서 내쫓았어. 그리고 and told him not to come back. William Penn went to live with friends in London. He wrote tracts defending Quaker belief, preached in public, and was thrown into jail. When he was released, he learned that his father was dying. William Penn hurried home to sit by his father's side. 10 days later, Admiral Penn died. William spent the next 3 years writing and thinking about Quakers' ideas. Meanwhile, all over England, the Quakers were put in jail because of their belief. William Penn knew that over in North America, Puritans had formed colonies where they could worship as they pleased. Why couldn't Quaker have a colony as well? So William wrote to Charles II reminding the king that he still owed the Penn family 16,000 pounds. He asked for the king to pay him back, not with money, but with rent in North America. 좋았겠지. 어차피 그래라 하면 끝나는 거니까. Charles II agreed, and he insisted that the land be called Pennsylvania in honor of William's father. In 1681, he gave William Penn a piece of land on the west bank of the Delaware River for his very own. The land was almost as big as a country of England. William Penn planned to use this land for a colony where Quaker ideas would be followed. He wanted the settler to be like brothers or equal to each other. The capital city would be called the City of Brotherly Love in Greek Pennsylvania. The colonists would govern themselves. So, to help them, he wrote out direction called the Frame of Government that explained how the colony would run. Colonists would vote to elect three groups of leaders, a council, an assembly, and a governor. 여기에서 삼권 분립이 나온 거지. check and balance. 아니면은 separation of power. The council would make rules. 나중에 펜실베니아에 있는 필라델피아에서 그 대륙회의를 하잖아. 그래서 이제 거기서 영향을 받은 거지. 우리 아버지는 보이스톡을 못 하시나 봅니다. 예전엔 받을 줄은 알더니 왜 이러는지 모르겠네. The council would make rules. The assembly would vote on whether or not the law should be passed. And the governor would sure make sure that law were followed. That way, no one group of people would have all the power. Later, this frame of government would be a model for the American Constitution. William Penn didn't forget about the Native Americans either. He sent them a message promising to pay them for any rent that the colonists used. In the directions for his new colony, he wrote, no man shall by any way or means in words and deed affront or wrong any Indian. Affront. 모욕한다. 모욕하다. affront. The Indians shall have liberty to do all things that any of the colonists shall enjoy. In 1682, William Penn himself came over to Pennsylvania, bringing 100 colonists with him. In the next year, 23 different ships arrived, one at a time, bringing new settlers 2,000 in all. 한 번에 올 때 2,000명씩 막 도착하는군. 23척이 왔어. But the governor of Maryland, the colony just south of Pennsylvania, watched Pennsylvania's growth with alarm. He thought that the Pennsylvania colonists were settling on land and ought to belong to Maryland를 가지려고 하지 않을까라고 생각한 거지. Just 2 years after William Penn's arrival, the Maryland governor announced that he was going to sail to England and ask the king to give him part of Pennsylvania's land. William Penn didn't want to leave his colony so soon, but he had no choice. He had to follow the Maryland governor back over to England and defend Pennsylvania's right to its land. So sadly, he boarded a ship and set out on the long journey across the Atlantic. He would not return for 15 long years. When he arrived in England, he found that Charles II was too ill to see him. Not long after Charles II died, without leaving a son behind him, his brother James II claimed the throne. But James II was a Catholic. The people of England were horrified. did this mean that England would become a Catholic country? And then something even more alarming happened. James II and his wife had a son. They planned to raise this little boy to be a good Catholic and James's heir. Now England might be facing a whole dynasty of Catholic kings. The English Protestant revolted. They sent a message to James's older daughters, Mary, who lived in Holland. Mary was a Protestant and she had married a Dutch nobleman, William III of Orange. Both were Protestant. Come to England and seize the throne. The English Protestant pleaded the be king and queen and delivered us from Catholic rule. William and Mary agreed to come. They also agreed to sign a paper promising that they would not try to pass any law without the approval of Parliament. In November of 1688, they sailed to England along with 14,000 Protestant soldiers. As soon as they landed, James's royal army desert, deserted him and welcomed the new Protestant ruler. James, like his brother before him, had to flee to France. The Protestants of England were delighted. They now had a Protestant king and queen who had promised not to be tyrant. The English called this takeover the Glorious Revolution. 연락 안 왔는데? Their new monarchy, Mary II. 기다려줄래? Mary II and William III would never try to seize power from Parliament, but the revolution wasn't so glorious for William Penn. 갈 거야. 갈아할 거야.
어디?
He was arrested 3 times
어디 갔다 올 건데?
because 나 귀찮아서 he was suspected of loyalty to the king. Each time he was released, he tried to get a ship to take him back to Philadelphia and failed. Finally, he was forced to go into hiding. He stayed in hiding for years and years. Finally, when fears of James II's return began to die down, William was able to come out of hiding and by passage on a ship to North America. When he walked down its gangplank in the harbor of Philadelphia, he could hardly believe his eyes. 잠깐만, 나 이거 5줄 남았어. 요거 하고 갈게. In 15 years, Philadelphia had grown to be the second largest town in all of North America. The city was filled with shops, tall brick house, wide street, and thousands of people. The holy experiment has succeeded. Today, a statue of William Penn stands on top of Philadelphia's City Hall. The statue is 37 feet tall. For many years, no building in Philadelphia was allowed allowed to be taller than the brim of the statue's head, so that William Penn would always be the highest spot in the city that he planned. Chapter 16, 190페이지까지 읽고 그리고 오늘 생일 맞은에 뭘 해주긴 해야 되겠는데 귀찮으니까 간단하게 먹이